Hi, friends! Give me 1 second, doing sound check. Gotta wait for everything to update. Okay, I'm good. Alright. So, initially, what we were supposed to do tonight was start animation level 3 on exercises on Clip. But then Clip decided that they were gonna have a hissy fit, and I didn't do that. I have literally spent all day trying to troubleshoot this, like, one teeny minor issue that I'm having. God, did I not bring soda in here with me? I probably did not. Hold on, I need to go get, like, a refill soda drink. I don't know why I bothered setting up stream if I was just gonna BRB, like, in the first minute, but give me a second, I'll be right back. No. Don't fall. Don't do it. I'm sorry. I was mad. I was frustrated. Go back just a little bit. Okay. Alright, I'm back. I'm here. I'm going through it today. Woo! Okay. So, apologies. My whole life is falling apart. I'm sorry everyone had to find out this way. But, in any case, so Clip decided that Clip was gonna be a pain in the ass today. And, like, I updated all of my drivers, I updated my graphics card for the first time since I've had this computer for over like a year and a half now. And nothing has fixed it. No amount of troubleshooting, no amount of crying and begging and pleading with the internet to give me an easy one-stop solution. Like, Clip is just, like, unaffected by all of it. Are my tears not enough for you, Clip? I have been loyal and dedicated. So, finally, I put in a support ticket with Clip Paint Studio to be like, hey, like, I've done literally everything I could possibly think of to make this work. Eh. But that just means we're gonna experiment a bit more in Rebelle. If you don't know, I showcased Rebelle in a previous stream, like a few weeks ago. And I like Rebelle a lot because it simulates like real world paint effects. Paint and like ink effects. God. Everything's evaporated. My entire life just poof, evaporated. Where'd my pen go? There it is. I found it. So on Rebelle, watercolors bleed like real watercolors. Oil paints blend like real oil. Acrylics, you know. They do everything. All the things that they're supposed to do is exactly what they do. Ooh. And I know the problem I'm having is a Clip Paint Studio specific problem because my tablet works just fine on Rebelle. But in any case, so while there won't be any attempts at animation tonight, I am going to draw a sticker based on Cthulhu because I can. Oh my god, I didn't set up my throwables. Twitch! Tits! Part of the fun of being a streamer is setting up everything while you're live. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Okay, I'm gonna close that. And then I want to get the pics. Do I have to close everything to try to find this thing? So I have this collage. I should have opened that first. Shouldn't I have? Shouldn't I have? Okay, hold on. Let me turn off throwables for a quick second. I know I just opened them. I can't remember, like, how many freaking windows I open at a time. Hold on. Where is it? Pure Ref. That's what I was looking for. Okay, hold on. Everything's coming back. Tech issues? We're not having any tech issues tonight. I'm having all the tech issues. What am I talking about? Okay. So now that I have Pure Ref, because I couldn't remember the name of the app to save my frickin' life. So now, before the drawing begins, we can go find reference images. Uh, 1920s. That one. I'm in a very, like, Call of Cthulhu or, like, Cthulhu-y mood, I guess. I've actually only ever played one, like, one session. Well, okay, technically a session and a half of Call of Cthulhu. And it was great. And I kind of wish we could play more. But my friend was like kind of burnt out from the DM scene, so... Oh, speaking of, I have amazing friends. So, for those who don't know, and I do, like, kind of talk about this, a little bit, but, oh, that's a cool looking phone. But, so last year around this time, I went to a writers convention called Multiverse because I had a friend who volunteers to, like, do stuff for them, and she recommended that I come out and, you know, go see them and, like, hang out. And it was a fun time. Like, it was a great time. And while I was there, I met this guy. His name is Benji, and he owns Mad Jester Designs, which is a corset company, right? And so he let me try on a corset. Now, I'm part of the Chunky Kid Club, so when I tried on this corset, I thought it was gonna bust at the seams, right? Thankfully, it did not, and that was a good thing. But I basically put it on, and it felt like I had put on power armor from Subnautica, like the prawn suit. Because I felt amazing. And so I bring this up because I had asked him about, you know, like, prices and stuff. And for my birthday, my mom, I asked my mom if I could get a corset from him. And my mom was like, yeah, sure. So I looked through his line of, like, corsets of some of his, like, more recent designs, because I was hoping to get something with, like, fish scales or, like, mermaid scales. And he had a Cthulhu-themed corset. And I was like, I need this. I need this. It's, like, green and gold and goth and just... Ah, it's great. I love it. I love it so much. So anyways, so, that corset came in, like about a week ago, and I've been wearing it on and off, but I'm also, like, bad at lacing. I'm bad at lacing a corset, just because, one, this is my first corset, but two, like, sometimes I fear if I pull it too tight, I'm not gonna be able to breathe, and then other times, like, I fear I might pull it too tight. So anyways, so point being is I got this corset, and I wasn't able to make it out to Multiverse this year because my friend, like, wasn't sure if she was gonna get a table or not. And, So she's like, I don't know if I'm gonna have a table. Can we, can I have you come out for Conjuration Con in November instead? And I was like, yeah, sure, that works. Okay. And, so anyways, so come on. Big Cthulhu. So, so she said, she asked if I would go to Conjuration Con, and I was like, okay, yeah, sure, because she actually has a table at Conjuration Con. Well, anyways, like, I want to say it was, like, a few weeks ago, she got notified that she got a table at Multiverse. I was like, oh, cool. And she's like, do you think that you could maybe make it? And I'm like, dude, I have nothing, like, prepped for Multiverse because I didn't think I was gonna go to Multiverse, you know? And, so anyways, so anyway, so we just decided it would be okay for me to go to Conjuration, and I said, hey, if you see Benji at Multiverse, full body tackle him from me. And she's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, like, full body tackle that man and say it's love from me, because I love my corset. I love my corset. I love it so much. I'm bad at, like, lacing it, but I love my corset. Don't have a problem. Don't have a problem. So anyways, so I was like, hey, please do that. And she's like, I'm not going to full body tackle him and potentially get, like, kicked out. And I'm like, well, why? You wouldn't full body tackle one of my favorite humans for me? And she's like, Fan, he doesn't know me. He saw me briefly, but he doesn't know me like he knows you. So what she offered instead was if she saw him, she offered to call him so that way he and I could video chat. And I was like, okay, that works. So she calls him and we video chat, and I'm an absolute spaz in front of this dude. Because I'm just like, I'm gushing about my corset, how much I love it, like... And so, come to find out, he doesn't get to make that corset often. Because, one, I don't think it's, like, a very, like, popular corset that he gets, and two, or that he gets orders for, and two, like, I guess the materials for it are kind of, like, a bit on the pricier side. But when he does get to make it, it's, like, one of his favorite pieces. And, so he had a lot of fun making the corset, and I'm having a lot of fun, like, vibing in it, wearing it. I can't tell you how straight my freaking back gets when I put it on. Like, it's a night and day difference. So... Ooh, where's the thingy? So, in any case, so I'm a complete, like, spazzy fangirl in front of this dude, and it's great, and it's awesome, and I got my friend to, like, hug him, from me, by the way. Because I was like, please. Please show this dude how much I love him. Oh my god. If I can draw this correctly, this is gonna be a damn miracle. This is what this is gonna be. Look, we all have that one spaz in our lives that just, you know, you know. Actually, I kind of want to mess around with these pen settings. Paint. I wonder if... Aha! That's line smoothing. So what if I take that off? But yeah, so I'm like, I'm so excited I got to talk to my corset guy. I love him. I love him so much. But until I can figure out what's going on with my tablet or clip... I could stand to be a little bit bigger. I'm gonna use Rebelle. To the best of my ability. Which I do, don't get me wrong, I do like Rebelle. I just wish I was a better painter. You know? But that's why we practice. What is it? It's slightly like up like that. Trying to get that little, like, divot. And then... Nope. Come on. I'm also really, like, experimenting with the tools in Rebel. Which does kind of make me wish I, like, it's very similar to, Procreate. In certain aspects. So I feel like if you paint a lot on, Procreate, the transition to Rebel would be easy in some ways. Okay, I can't tell if it's because the speaker is too big. I'm trying. And lower it like that, maybe? See, the one thing I don't have is vector lines, so everything's gotta be, like, kind of hand-drawn. This is a very oddly made old-timey telephone, by the way. Add more edges, that'll fix it. Oh, so raise your hand if you've heard about the latest, like, thing Kim Kardashian has done. It's absolutely kind of wild. And I was talking about this with one of my other friends earlier, but if you haven't heard, I guess Kim Kardashian made, like, merkins, like, faux hair merkins, which, if you don't know what a merkin is, it's basically, like, panties. It's basically like a thong that is a bush, or like where the front of it has, like, you know, like pubic hair to like simulate a bush. And first off, that's like absolutely wild to me. But number two, like, it's just, they come in an assortment of colors, like red, blonde, brunette, black hair. And part of me is like, okay, if you're gonna go through the trouble and make Birkin, or not Birkin, why did I say Birkin? Merkin, like, Merkin underwear, why not make them in fun colors, like rainbow, or purple, or neon blue, or teal, you know? Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the weird one, but like, I almost feel like I can't be the weird one for that, right? So, in any case, it's just, oh, I don't know how, it's just wild. And these are not cheap, by the way. They're like 35 bucks. And I'm like, how are you gonna charge like 35 bucks for that? But anyways, but I guess it's going with this rising, like, trend where like bushes and like a full coverage is back in style for like the adulty adults and the adulty adult content that's made. And so somebody had a post saying that they were trying to capitalize on that trend because they all had like laser hair laser hair removal surgery, and so they don't have hair there, but they want to like capitalize on, you know, being relevant, I guess. And I'm like, and again, I'm just like, why? But maybe that's because, and this is gonna be a lot of like, am I really gonna admit this on stream? You know what, I trust my stream audience not to, you know, shame me for my choices, but like, I go all natural, like, myself, like, wilderness must be explored, like, take a machete with you. I can't believe I said that out loud. God, what is my life coming to? Anyway, point being is like, I don't know, it's kind of like weird to see it be like a trend, kind of. But then like, The other thing is that I've read comments, and historically, you know, like, merkins are used to hide the fact that, you know, you might have crabs, or you have lesions, or, like, this, that, and the other. And I was kind of like, huh. Alright, that's a little weird. I feel like I shaded this wrong. Why does it feel like I shaded this wrong? Hold up. I wonder if I color in this inner part and then shade, like, the outer part, if that would, like, work a little better. Because I shaded it and it looked like everything was backwards. So we're gonna dry. But then again, that goes to a larger, like, trend that I've seen on, like, like, adult content on, like, Blue Sky? Or, like, other, like, adult content creators where they will draw, like, pubes and, like, full pubes and, like, marinara is what I'm calling it, but it's basically where, like, a girl's on her period, and, like, it's not to say that that representation is bad representation, so to speak. It's just things that I would consider, I don't know, maybe it's because I'm a prude, or maybe it's because I'm just more self-conscious about my body functions, but, like, those things aren't, like, through the adult, like, intimacy space, they're kind of being, like, stigmatized as being, like, gross or disgusting, which overall is a good thing. Again, I think I'm just the one who's, like, more weirded out, but for people who are not, like, all power to you. Alright, get your bag. But again, I'm just like, oh my god, like, I kind of get it, but at the same time, I'm kind of like, why? Like, I thought I was a freak. There are some things I see that I'm just like, I feel like I'm too vanilla. I feel like I'm too, like, vanilla. My vanilla eyes should not, like, see this. Oh my god. But on the other hand, it's also great that, like, it's being like, not necessarily talked about more, but, like, it's being, you know, less stigmatized, I guess. Because that's the thing, because the more you make something, like, stigmatized, the more, like, not necessarily, like, problems, but it's like the more you make it stigmatized, the weirder it is to talk about. And it's like, if you don't do that, then it's not, like, weird to talk about. You know, and especially since, you know, there's this whole, like, censorship thing going on with, you know, adult content, games, what is it? It's games, it's its commissions. Like, I've noticed a lot of like artists that draw adult stuff, like they have to be careful how they invoice commissions, because PayPal will, you know, like withhold funds. And I'm just like, I don't know, it's like weird. Like, the more you crack down on it, the more it's gonna spread. And it's just, eh. Basically, long story short, Fan is just more of a prude than what Fan thought she was. I guess. TLDR. Okay, that looks a little better. Ayo, it almost looks like a phone, kinda. Hold on, I gotta see where I put that. Actually, can I add more water? Usually I don't try to add like a lot of water to the pen, but I'm trying to get it to like spread in this little like blue area. So if you're wondering what this blue little highlight area is, this is, it's called wet, but what it is it's like water, because like when you draw traditionally, you know, you put stuff on, like you put down, water, and then you, or like you wet your like what is it, like your nibs or your brushes, and then you go forth and you color, you know, from there. And so that's kind of what this brush does, is it's like it's adding water for you to wet, so then you can spread ink in more places. And so what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to add a bit more detail to this like phone. I'm sure when I'm able to, like, better color it, it'll come out a bit, like, better looking, but for now, I kind of like it. I kind of like where it is. I'm kind of wondering if maybe softening this, like, internal, like, layer would be better. But I think I can leave it for now. Actually, I'm gonna put layer 2, like, underneath layer 1. Not that it really makes, like, that much of a difference, but... at least as of right now. Think. Actually gonna make this shadow a bit less. Or should I have made it bigger? Now I'll make it less. It'll be okay. It's called a stylistic choice. Crap. What do I know about style? Oh, also, I started watching, cult content. And what do I mean by that? I mean, like, I got into watching, like, this YouTuber, I forget, what's her name? It's something Summer. Or Summer? Wait, why am I going to another app when I'm already on YouTube? Where is she? Come here. Come on! YouTube! Save me! Save me from the nothing I've become. If you know that reference, you're cool as shit. If you don't know that reference, go look up that reference. Summer Sanchez. Summer Sanchez, she does video content on cults, evil deeds throughout history. She also does if you like spooky, like true crime and like scary content, you'll like her. And so I started with one documentary she did on a cult, and now I've kind of like jumped down the rabbit hole of her channel. And I love every bit of it so far. But I was looking at the comments, and something somebody pointed out that I thought was interesting is that anytime you have, like, a cult leader, right, that's like, I am the one through which, God speaks, you know, this, that, and the other, to, like, secure power, it's interesting because somebody pointed out, you know, this is the equivalent of a dishwasher going into a restaurant and being like, the big plate in the sky said that I'm a chef now and I'm in charge. Or if you go to like a or it would be like if you're a writer and you go to like an artist like gallery or whatever, and you step in the middle of the gallery and you're like, the big paintbrush in the sky says that all these paintings are now mine, right? Like no other thing or profession that you could do that you could just randomly like go to a group of people and be like, the grand whatever the fuck in the sky has told me that I am the leader now and you will obey, right? Like, it only works in cults. Which is weird, because it shouldn't work at all, but it does. And after they mentioned the big plate in the sky, like, I don't know, I thought that was funny. But no, I've always had, like, a really, like, kind of crazy-ish fascination with cults and, like, true crime and stuff like that. Cults I find especially interesting because it's, like, it's insanely weird. How should I, like, talk about this without sounding rude? That I was resizing and my brain did a thing. So, like, I do understand to some degree, like, how cults, like, become appealing, so to speak, to, like, certain people. Either because, you know, they're down on their luck, family, what have you. But the other thing that's kind of interesting is that in cults, like, you have, like, the prophet, and then you have, like, the leadership, and then, like, they're obsessed with, you know, like, being modest and wear, like, modest clothing. So basically where you're covered, like, head to toe in clothing. And the idea is that, you know, like, if you do that, then, you know, like, nobody will mess with you or, you know, do like a bad touch, right? But, you know, that's not, and I know I'm vastly, like, oversimplifying it, but often what winds up happening is they get, you know, it really doesn't matter the amount of clothing that is worn because like the leadership, because one thing in these types of cults is that, you know, men are considered, like, superior and women are considered subservient. That's like the baseline for, like, any of these kinds of cults, and or at least the ones that are covered. But I should say they're kind of like that's kind of like a standard mentality. But I'm trying to focus. I'm trying and I'm trying to do stuff and I'm getting distracted chitty chatting. But I like the chitty chats. I'm trying to figure out how to angle this like number thing. Could do that. Spread it like, I mean, that kind of works. Yeah, I kind of like that. Um, oh wait, no. I used too much water. But, I also gotta form, like, the little base thing. Actually, I'm gonna turn that off for now. And I'm gonna cut. I'm gonna delete this layer. And re-add it. Because I need to do the base of the phone. Which is kind of like this little, like, bell shape. Actually, I wonder if... Let me grab this again. What was I talking about? Oh yeah, so cults. So, baseline for cults, men are superior, women are subservient, you know, that whole, like, shtick. But then, like, they say that to avoid, like, the quote-unquote evils of the outside world. Like, they're very controlling about, like, the type of clothing you can wear, and, like, so they have women dress, like, head to toe, and, like, that covers as much as their skin as possible. And the thing of it is that doesn't stop the rampant, you know, like, abuse that happens in those cults. And, you know, it's not to, how do I erase you? Come on, go away, please. And this is not to, like, blame anybody, but it goes along with that argument of, or rather, it kind of goes along with that argument about, like, certain stipulations in dress codes in schools. Now, like, that's not to, like, compare the two, but, like, the idea is that you don't wear a lot of revealing clothing, such as, like, tank tops or shorts, because the idea is that it distracts your male classmates. Or, like, in the case of cults, it's because you will distract the men in those cults if you show, like, if you basically reveal your skin. So that's why you dress as modestly as possible. But then, like, with that, in those cult settings, the amount of clothes that women are wearing does not stop what happens, you know, with them, with men being unable to control themselves, because it's a weird dichotomy, because it's like only a man can be a leader and in charge, but yet a man is so uncontrollable that a fully clothed, like, woman can be his undoing, right? Like, that, the logic doesn't logic there. And it's just, it's a very, like, kind of depressing rabbit hole. But, like, it's also, like, interesting to root for those who, like, get out and who are like, you know what, I'm sick of this, I'm done. And it's very scary. Like, very scary. She also, so the content creator that that I reference, she also talks about some, like, family, like, vlogs. I know we're kind of getting into heavy subject matter, but she also talks about the, like, some of the family channel vloggers that have gotten in trouble in, like, recent years because, like, they show this like perfect life that's not necessarily like accurate to what is going on. Like behind the scenes, and that's also a bit of a rabbit hole that I've gone down, like especially when it comes to family channels like I think it was Ruby, I think her name was like Ruby Frank in the 8 Passengers like YouTube channel, because that was insane. Okay, like, and the reason I say that is because I watched so another YouTube channel. As you can tell, I'm going down this really weird rabbit hole, but another YouTuber that I highly recommend watching for like insane content is Cruel World Happy Mind. So I first discovered her watching her talk about the drama that was going on with the Sister Wives cast, which, so I love trashy, I say trashy, but I love reality TV, and I had known a little bit about Sister Wives, which Sister Wives was a show about I think they were Mormon, like a Mormon fundamentalist family that was polygamous. So you basically had, you know, like the dad, and then he had, I want to say he had like 3 wives initially, and on the show he added the 4th wife, which was Robin. Yeah, I think he initially had 3 and then he added Robin as a 4th. But like, what I want to I'm going into some interesting places. Also, that first base is a bit too big, so we're gonna shrink it like a little bit more. But anyways, so where's the select? Canvas size, color selector, fill, color picker, blow. Oh, here it is. That is the wand tool. I still don't know how the wand tool works. Ah. Okay. Ellipse. I'm going to freehand. Deselect. At least deselect still works. But anyways, I forget the dude's name. I think his name was like Corey or something like that. But anyways, but like in the most like recent drama that, or I say recent, but like basically the show ended with him getting divorced by his other 3 wives, and him only being with Robin at the end, I think. But like, one thing that was talked about was, you know, how the kids, you know, were growing up and in this big family, and how they were trying to get, you know, like attention not only from their mom but like their dad. And obviously, I can't remember, I think in total he had like 16 kids, like 16 or 20, or was it 15 or 20? It was between like 15 and 20 kids, because they also had like a few kids on the show too. And oh, that might need to be smaller actually. And so anyways, so basically, like, he was a wreck. Like, he couldn't believe that all of his wives left him, and very what we would call narcissistic TM trademark. But ooh, what fell? I didn't see it. Also, I love watching stuff about polygamy, not just like Mormon, not just like fundamentalist like polygamy, but like there was another show called Polyfamily that I think only had like one season before they were like, yeah, no, we're not about to do this anymore. Actually, I could, you know what? I'll make it that size. But I digress. The point is that, so okay, so I was talking about Sister Wives. So in Sister Wives, Corey was very much miffed that his 3 other wives like divorced him and had like a public meltdown. And so anyway, so this gets covered, so the entire history of like the show and the family gets covered by Cruel World Happy Mind. And the thing that like interested me was like I wanted to say it was either the second eldest or the eldest like son at the time. No, I'm thinking of 8 Passengers. Never mind. But anyways, sorry, I'm getting all my facts mixed up because there's just, my brain is like word vomit everything you want to talk about in this rabbit hole. So oh yeah, so I found Cruel World Happy Mind basically after she had covered everything to do with Sister Wives, and then she had another documentary about the 8 Passengers family, about like Ruby Frank and what was going on like with their kids and all the stuff that was going on behind the scenes and stuff. And one thing that's interesting is that in Ruby Frank's case, she had this like teenage son that they sent off to like this troubled teen like wilderness retreat, right? And what was odd about it was basically this retreat was like you go out, you hike like 10 miles a day, and you learn how to be self-reliant in the wilderness, which, you know, sounds great. Sounds like holes. Sounds like, you know, you take a bad kid, you put him in the desert, make him dig some holes, he becomes a good kid. That's not how that works, by the way, but that's basically the logic behind it. Anyways, so what I thought was an insane yet interesting fact is, so the teenage son goes on this wilderness retreat to basically learn how to be like a good kid again. And what was weird about it was usually when you're doing that amount of like physical intensive training, you're gonna lose weight, right? You're gonna lose at least some weight. And somehow he managed to put on, I think, like 10 or 15 pounds while doing this retreat. And that's kind of insane to think about. Him going out on this wilderness retreat and putting on more weight than what he like left with. But that story, unfortunately, that story does have kind of like a good ending, because I think Ruby Frank and the other lady who was this like therapist, but like culty kind of therapist, they locked like her youngest children in a closet in their house in, I want to say it was like Nevada. He wound up escaping, getting to a neighbor, and the neighbor like called police And so they were charged with like neglect, abuse, all that kind of stuff. This is kind of like an egg shape. Egg. But anyways, the 8 passengers like situation is just kind of insane and like wild, because like it was all filmed, right? And like people had noticed some concerning things. You know what? I'm just gonna color it and be done with it. And had reported like certain things. But even in like other instances, right, where people have like try to like report things, like it's just I don't know how to explain it. It's just crazy. I don't know why I rambled about that for as long as I did. I really probably should not have, because I thought there was a point I was trying to make and then I forgot it. I guess basically you don't always know what goes on behind like closed doors, and seeing some of the stuff that are in these like documentaries about these like cult-ish like families or cultish like circumstances is kind of like is eye-opening that something like that could happen to begin with. Put it down like right there. That is the eraser. Why did I grab that? So, yeah, I don't know. I find that stuff fascinating. One, because, like, a lot of the times the, like, not necessarily the logic, but, like, some of the stuff that people are able to be convinced of, I find curious. And that's not to say that the people that are convinced to, like, join the cult are, like, bad, at least initially, but like then people that, you know, have spent their entire lives growing up in this environment of fear and, you know, fear, abuse, and chaos, manage to find the strength to leave it despite being told that, you know, if you go, you will never be allowed to come back. All of your friends and family will like mourn you because you are now not worthy, you know, to go to heaven. And that in and of itself is also crazy to think about, because it's like, how can you sit there and, you know, like tell someone that they won't be able to be with their friends and family again, you know? But then again, I also didn't like, how do I explain this? I also did not grow up in a overtly like religious household, so I don't have quite the same like, how what is it? Not necessarily like background, but I don't have quite the same mentality as somebody who does come from an environment like that, or the experience to come from that, because like you read about the people that like, or not, you don't necessarily like read about, but you either read or hear about the people that manage to escape and wonder, you know, kind of like what their thought process is the entire time that they're going through it, or that they've decided, you know, that like, I just can't anymore. Those people are very brave, and I don't know. A part of me thinks that if I were in their shoes, I myself personally would not have half the strength they do to like get out. Because you gotta have some tough cojones for that. But that aside, so one other rabbit hole that I've gone down, again, it's hardcore, like, very, very dark topics of cult and, you know, creepy, insane family dynamics, or reality TV. Like, those are the two rabbit holes, and there's no in between for the dichotomy. But the other rabbit hole I've gone down is prison, like, reality TV shows. Like, Love After Lockup, and I think A&E just started, like, a new show called, the Prison Wives Club. And that one's interesting because the Prison Wives Club is basically about women from, like, different parts of the world that message inmates in America, and then the show follows them as they move from their home country to be with these inmates as they, you know, like, get out of prison. And I'm like, you want to know how much, like, charisma you gotta have to convince somebody to leave their entire life behind in another country? I say charisma, but, like, love will make you do crazy things. People do crazy things when they're in love. Sorry, the quote was right there. It was right there. Okay, now I gotta make sure this phone has as many numbers as I think it does. Operator. That's all on layer 1. That's not what I wanted to do. Ah! Go back. But the reason why I like those shows is, one, especially Love After Lockup. So Love After Lockup is interesting because Love After Lockup is essentially about inmates, male or female, that get out of prison and they get with the person that they have been, you know, like, writing letters to throughout, like, the entire time they're incarcerated. And one thing that I find interesting, and that I've brought up before, is that, like, and this is not to be mean, because I understand, like, you know, you've waited forever, like, you're ready to get married, fall in love, you know, this, that, and the other. Like, trust me, I understand. I get it. at the same time, your spouse, your SO, also just got out of prison. And so their world is now no longer limited to this one, like, teeny tiny box. Right? So now, because that's the thing, in prison, you, like, yes, they tell you where to go, what to eat, how to dress, how to live, essentially. But, like, you also don't have to worry about things like rent or groceries or, you know, like, other stuff out in the world. Now, granted, that's not to say that prison that, you know, I'm advocating for prison to be, like, this great thing, because it's not. Because, you know, people in there, they will, like, if you're seen as weak, they will fuck you up. At least that's what I get from TV. I'm not sure how true that actually is, but I'm gonna assume that it's, you know, kind of true. God. I feel like I'm talking a bunch of shit for somebody that has not experienced anything, like, outside of 4 walls of my own room. But that's, like, you know, besides the point. But it's just, again, and I get it, right? But it's just, it's crazy because, like, their whole world goes from this one little box where they don't, like, yes, there are things that they have to worry about, but again, they don't have the added stress of, you know, having bills, of having grocery. Like, I think if you want something, like, from commissary, like, that's a little bit different. That's something to worry about, you know, to make sure that you get in, like, money for commissary funds. But, like, other than that, like, it's, again, you can be focused on, like, waiting out your time, right? But then you get out in the real world and all of a sudden, you know, you have to figure out, like, bills. You have to figure out how to get a job, especially now that you have a record. And so, you know, like, your job options are limited even more because, you know, you have history. And then, and that's not to say you can't make it, it's just saying that it's a lot harder. And so you have all this other stuff that you have to, like, think about, and that's being piled on. And and then you have a relationship on top of it, because whoever you're in a relationship with, they're usually the one that's sponsoring you, that, you know, like, your, what is it? Like, that your parole officer can go, like, talk to, or, you know, like, make sure that you're doing the things that you're supposed to be doing, you know? And so it's just, it's one of those things with the amount of people that are just like, oh my god, you're out. Now we can live, you know, like, our dream life and get married and have, you know, like, a ton of kids. And it's like, I get it. I understand their SO has waited forever for them to get out. But, like, at the same time, like, breathing room, please. And I get, you know, it's reality TV. Obviously, they, like, script stuff, or they make stuff seem faster than what it is. Or, you know, they, like, they generate, like, fights and stuff. But it's just, it's crazy to watch. Like, it's just crazy to watch. But I can't stop watching it. Like, that's my kryptonite. I can't stop watching it because I gotta know what happens next. Especially because there was, like, one episode with this guy that had, like, he was married with a wife and kids, but the episode was following, like, his girlfriend who was gonna come out and, like, come get him, and they were gonna get married, and that whole, like, thing was just absolutely messy. Absolutely messy. Silvers! Hey, sorry I'm so late. How are you doing? I'm doing great. Also, you're not late. Look at us, we're making an old-timey phone, and I'm talking about my favorite reality TV show. Or one of them, anyway. I used to be a hardcore fan of Bridezillas for the longest time. And yes, I did also watch Sister Wives after I saw Cruel World Happy Minds documentary about it. Oh, nice. How you doing tonight? You having a good night? Having fun? Also, to be fair to you, I started stream kind of late because I was dealing with some stuffs, like the fact that Clip Paint Studio decided to throw a hissy fit. I am doing good. I should go to sleep soon, but I decided to take a break from writing fanfics instead. LMAO. Oh my god. What fanfic were you writing? And was it good? Was it juicy? Was it a juicy fanfic? Okay. I gotta figure out how to get all these buttons on here. It's one for the Amazing Digital Circus. I'd say it was pretty good, not to toot my own horn or anything. Hey, yo! When isn't like the Amazing Digital Circus, aren't they supposed to release episodes 7 and 8 soon? Come on. Yes, 7 is coming out in December, 8 in March of next year. Nice! Very nice. I'm looking forward to Knights of Guinevere season, not season, episode 2 coming out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh yeah, that's great. I'm not sure I can fit 3 more buttons on this phone. But I'm gonna try. loads of fun with all 9 numbers. We can work with 7, right? It's a Call of Cthulhu phone. Of course we can work with 7 numbers. God, imagine that horror scenario. You enter a room with a phone. As you go to make a phone call, you realize the phone only has 7 numbers. Also, I do have an update on what I want to do as a career. I know I told you I wanted to be a sex therapist. The college has been so hard to the point I don't know if I'll pass. So I'm debating dropping out and becoming a voice actor. Oh my god, you're gonna drop out of college and become a voice actor and be a burden on yourself and others? No, I'm kidding, I'm kidding. I promise it was all jokes. If you think you can make it, go for it. Like, follow your passions and your dreams. But also remember, you gotta put food on the table. Trust me, we all struggle busting out here. Yeah, that's true. Do you just not like what you're studying anymore? A lot of times, you know, like failure due to lack of interest is a big thing that I don't think a lot of people like talk about when it comes to college. Also, didn't the semester just, like, start? Or are you, like... Like, what's going on, my friendo? Also, why can't you be a voice actor and a sex therapist? Ooh. Ooh, TM. Also, I have a friend who does voice acting, so like you can make pretty good money doing that. I mean, hell, look at Sayu and Monarch. Like they're voice actors and they're in almost like everything. Those are the ones that come to mind specifically when I think of voice actors. Clear in these little number holes. This is giving me, like, Bendy and the Ink Machine vibes. Just me drawing this phone. Actually, I can just do this. God damn it. I can tell that I'm a bit older now than what I used to be, because, like, and again, Silver, this is just an example. This is not, like, a bad thing or anything, so please don't take it that way. But, like, I remember seeing one content creator on TikTok that was like, I'm gonna drop out of college to do YouTube full time. I was like, what? That's a thing you can... Yes, that's a thing you can do now. But, like, it's just wild to think, you know? And I know that's, like, you know, okay, old person. Okay, boomer. TM. But, like, no, it's wild to think that YouTube can be a sustainable career for somebody, like, now. Like, jobs of old. And, you know, I can't really, like, say that much because, like, I'm trying to make the whole art thing work, right? I'm trying to make the whole art thing work and be a burden on friends and family. That aside, please don't let my imposter syndrome dissuade you from your dreams. But, like, it's just, I don't know. It's just, the world, it's insane to see how different the world is, you know, like, now compared to, like, when I grew up, right? And that'll continue to go forward as, you know, like, Gen Z gets older. You know, the world they knew is going to be vastly different from the world that will be when they're in, like, you know, their 30s and 40s. Hold on, I gotta stretch my legs. I mean, heck, my mom remembers when cassette tapes were all the rage. Hell, I watched, so I rewatched The Office for, like, the bazillionth time. And two of the characters were in, like, an argument about something of some sort of note, but that's not important. But one of them was like, well, you should just order, you know, just order DVDs from Netflix, and then that's, like, a free movie you can keep. And I was just like, what? And then I remembered Netflix started out as competition to Blockbuster, which Blockbuster was, like, for context, Blockbuster was a video rental store that you could, like, you know, go do that thing where you could go rent videos. And then, excuse me, but you had to go to, like, a physical store to, like, go do that. I think there's actually only one in existence now. Or Blockbuster. We knew thee well. But, but, god damn it. That's not the button I wanted to put. But the point being is that, when Netflix came out, Netflix was a mail order, like, DVD service. So what you could do was you could order from Netflix and they would just ship it to you. Like, you didn't have to go in the store to, like, rent movies anymore. And then they became the, like, streaming network we know and love today that doesn't allow anybody to share their passwords anymore because then they lose more money. Cough, cough. But anyways, but yeah, so they mentioned about renting DVDs from Blockbuster, and I had a coming to age like crisis moment. I was like, oh my god, they're right. Or like sometimes I like to watch like old episodes of Supernatural, especially because apparently Supernatural is getting rebooted. So that's gonna be interesting. But yeah, so Supernatural is coming back to television, and it's funny when you watch like the first season of Supernatural, like Sam and Dean are like bubbies, they're like babies, and then you know, they pull out like an old school Nokia flip phone, and I was like, I am too old. I wish I didn't know what that was. Or then like, so the younger generation, the youngins probably don't know this, but like, so a big thing in Supernatural is Dean doesn't like to fly, so he drives everywhere. And what was wild is you don't see these signs anymore, but like back in the day there used to be signs at the pump that would tell you, hey, don't pull out your cell phone while you're pumping gas, right? And I know people nowadays are gonna be like, why wouldn't I pull out my cell phone while pumping gas? And, you know, like, what else am I supposed to do at the pump? And the reason they told you not to do that was because, oh my god, I'm gonna sound so old. So the reason they told you not to do that was because your cell phone, the static from your cell phone could cause the gas to spark, essentially. Like, you could cause a fire just by opening your cell phone. I think there's an episode that they had where a lady got a phone call while she was at the pump, and that actually happened, like, on the show. Wild. Absolutely wild, right? I think I'm just gonna color this whole thing black and call it Gucci. But yeah. And like seeing those signs, like, and thinking about it, like, you like notice, like, you don't notice when something's gone until you watch until like you realize that it was more prevalent like back in like the early 2000s, or like shows that are in the early 2000s, I should say. Also, I found out something else, and I'm kind of sad about it. So, like, it's no lie that I've talked about, my love for, like, the Tarzan books. Like, the ones that came out, like, in the early 20th century, they were written by Edgar Rice Burroughs. I think that's his full name. But anyways, but one thing that I hadn't noticed until I saw a video on it was, so I was scrolling through YouTube and I saw this video that caught my eye, and it said why the real reason why Tarzan the TV show is not on Disney Plus. And I was like, it's not on Disney Plus? What? So if you don't know, like, again, back in like the 90s and 2000s, whenever Disney would have like a movie that came out, they would have like a spin-off show that would come out, or at least for like some of the early like Renaissance movies. So like The Little Mermaid had a spin-off TV show. Hercules had a spin-off TV shows that completely ignored like the plot of the movie, by the way, because it's all about Hercules growing up as a teenager and performing like heroic acts as a teenager, and Hades knows that he's like a person and exists, and they have beef with each other. It's a whole thing. It's a great show, by the way, but it's a whole thing. But then, you know, like you had the Aladdin TV show, and then you had Tarzan, like the Tarzan TV show. And if you go on Disney Plus, like you can find, I think you can find the Hercules TV show, but you can't find I don't think you can find the Aladdin one or Tarzan. And if you actually, like, I didn't realize until I saw this video that if you actually think about it, like, Disney has not done anything with the Tarzan franchise, right? Like, so I'm getting so distracted. I'm sorry. I'm trying to, but I promise, conspiracy. Anyway. God damn it. That's a good looking, like, old timey phone though. I am rather impressed with myself. Hell yeah. That phone doesn't plug in anywhere, by the way. Tentacles. So what I'm gonna do is we're gonna fade out layer 2. Just a teeny, just a teeny bit smidgen like. And then I'll boost the opacity on it after I do things in the tentacle layer. Why is this locked? Where was I? What was I thinking? What was I saying? Quick! Somebody! Anybody! Okay, so Tarzan, and why Disney has not mentioned Tarzan at all in, like, years, right? So until I saw this, like, video pop up on my feed, I was like, why haven't I seen anything for Tarzan lately? So, like, if you go to Disney Plus, like, you'll see they have the original, like, movie, Tarzan movie that they came out with in the 90s. And then they have the prequel sequel, which is Tarzan 2, when he's a kid. And then they have the Tarzan and Jane movie, which at the time was a direct-to-video sequel of Tarzan, and it was Tarzan and Jane the movie, which was a direct-to-video like release that basically wrapped up the TV show, where they aired where it was basically Jane trying to figure out what to do for like their anniversary, because, you know, they're married, and her Tantor and Turk reflect on, you know, adventures that Tarzan had trying to like do stuff. So like there's one where Tarzan, Jane offers, you know, like maybe I should get him an expensive gift because he's a jungle man, but she wants to do something nice for her bae. And Turk was like, well, remember when he had issues at the, you know, at the diamond mine? And Jane was like, oh, yeah, whoops. And then Jane thought about, you know, well, what if we do like a party? And then she remembered when her friends came to save her because they thought that she was being held hostage. So it was basically like that. And so anyways, so I'm not gonna say how the movie ends, because, you know, you need to go watch it, because it's wholesome and cute and I love it. Anyways, so I started watching this movie, and it turns out the reason why Disney has not done anything with the Tarzan franchise, and why Tarzan will not appear, like the TV show won't appear on Disney Plus, is because Disney doesn't have the like license for it. It doesn't have like persimmons. Disney does not have the persimmons to use the name, because the Edgar, like the Rice Burroughs estate, they won't sell the rights to the character, but they'll license out like usage of Edgar's like works. Also, apparently, fun fact, Edgar Rice Burroughs and Disney absolutely despised each other, which I think is kind of hysterical too, like in its own way. But that aside, the other thing too is that so anyway, so Disney can't, you know, like license the character anymore, or they don't want to, or they have to pay like an exorbitant fee to use Tarzan. And okay, the argument can be made, well, what about their version of the character? Like, obviously Disney has a right to their version of Tarzan, right? And even though that's technically true, the name Tarzan is still owned by the Rice Burroughs estate. So unless Disney wants to shell out the money to be able to license the name, they can't showcase any of the characters. So they can't showcase Tarzan, they can't showcase Jane, they can't showcase Turk or Kala or Kerchak, because they're all, you know, they're all characters that's under that name, even though Disney put its own creative like flair on them. However, they still managed to remain the rights to Tantor. And the reason I say that is because House of Mouse is also not available on Disney Plus, which was like this show where all the Disney characters would like go hang out in a nightclub together. And if you actually like go back and you watch episodes from House of Mouse, you'll notice that none of the Tarzan franchise characters show up at the club, with the exception of Tantor. Only Tantor shows up. And the theory behind that is because Tantor wasn't an original character in the books, right? He was a character that Disney actively owned because they added him in as like an original character insert. So yeah. No, I hit the wrong button. So yeah, unfortunately, we will, unless, Disney can strike a deal with the Rice, like, Burroughs estate, we might not see anything Tarzan related through them, with the exception of, I think, like, the Broadway musical. I think, and some merch that they're still able to, like, license. Oh, and if you're wondering what caused the whole, like, shebang, so, like, or rather the whole, like, throwdown. So remember in the first, Kingdom Hearts game, when you could go explore, like, the jungle, because they had a level of, because they had an entire level dedicated to the world of Tarzan. But then that world didn't show up in in the subsequent games of, like, Kingdom Hearts 2, 3, what have you. Or actually, it only showed up in that one game, like, and then it was like, it dropped off the face of the earth. It was never heard from again. And that's because even though Disney owned the right to the IP and had express permission to use it, Square Enix did not. And when the Rice Burroughs estate found out about it, they were not happy. And that caused the whole big kerfuffle, so to speak. So I know I can always just watch the original movie, and I get it, but, like, at the same time, what about the TV show? Because, like, the TV show had some, like, amazing episodes, like, there was one where Tarzan met, Eleanor Roosevelt. No, wait. Wrong Roosevelt, not Eleanor. He met Teddy Roosevelt, because Teddy Roosevelt was, like, this big guy that, you know, he loved going out hunting and, you know, spending time in nature. Sorry, I'm getting everything mixed up. Or, like, so apparently in the Tarzan TV show, there's actually, no, in the Tarzan book series, there are 2 crossovers. It's one where Tarzan journeys to the center of the earth to discover, like, dinosaurs, and the other crossover is where Tarzan goes to Mars, which I haven't gotten that far. The reason why I love talking about the Tarzan book series is because there was one scene I read where, like, Tarzan had to duel somebody. And I love talking about this one scene. It's my favorite scene in the books that I have read so far, because I've only read the first, like, 2. I know this is horrible, but, he's essentially trying to find his way back to America because Jane's in America, because in the original, like, novel series, Jane was, I think she was, like, a Southern belle from America. Anyway, point being, and it's actually, like, the whole thing, I need to reread the series now that I think about it. Anyway, point being, so he's trying to get back to America, and so, like, him and a ship's captain that were stranded in, the ship's captain was stranded in Africa, and he's telling Tarzan, like, hey, this journey to get to meet this girl that, you know, you've fallen in love with, like, it's not gonna be easy. And Tarzan, like, takes his fingers and measures the distance on the map with his fingers. And he's like, huh, that's not that far away. You know, it's great. But that's not my favorite scene. My favorite scene comes, I forget where they were, what they were doing, but, like, they were at this outpost or this party, and he was talking to a gentleman. I can't remember, I can't remember if he had actually made it to America or not when this happened. But basically, this big kerfuffle happened, and this guy who was incensed about, you know, Tarzan not knowing the rules of etiquette, so to speak, was just like, let's go have a duel. 3 shots, you know, because that's how they settled things back then. They had duels. Like, you take 3 paces, you turn around, and you shoot each other, right? So Tarzan's like, okay, let's go. So they go out, and they go do this, and they turn, and the guy shoots him, right? And Tarzan just, you know, he's Tarzan. He stands there. He's just like, whatever. And so then the guy fires off the second shot because he thought the first one missed. And that shot, and again, Tarzan doesn't move. And the guy's like, what the fuck? You know, how could I miss? Like, I'm not the greatest marksman there is. I think he wasn't. But how could I have missed? Like, twice. And so then he fires the third shot. And he's like, my gun, like, I fired all 3 of my shots. Now what do I do? Like, my gun's out of ammo. And Tarzan, like, holds up his gun. And he's like, hey, if you want 3 more shots, take my gun. And the dude's looking at him like, what the fuck? Like, no, at that point, that's murder. Like, you should feel fortunate that the last 3 shots missed. And Tarzan's like, they didn't miss. And the dude looks at him and is like, huh? And Tarzan goes, yeah, they didn't miss. Like, 2 of them are in my chest and a 3rd one is in my abdomen. And the guy's like, and you're still standing? And Tarzan's like, yeah, like, what's the big deal? Oh my god. I fucking love that scene so much. So much. You can say it, I'm a simp, leave me alone. Cause how can you sit there and not tell me that that's badass as hell? Anyway, so point being is, it's a long running, like, 20th century, like, romance series of Tarzan and all the other books go on these, like, crazy adventures and, you know, what have you. But something that was interesting, and I feel like we were robbed, hardcore robbed, is not only is like we won't see, like, the Tarzan TV series come to Disney Plus, but also Atlantis, Journey to the Lost Empire, right? Had a direct to video DVD release for its sequel. And what that video release was it was 3, so basically they were starting on a TV show for Atlantis, and then what they did was they edited the episodes to basically fit in a movie format, right? And I think it was like the first 3 episodes because they shut down production. But here's where it gets interesting, because the Atlantis TV series was supposed to take place in the same universe as Gargoyles, right? And it's also hinted at this because apparently it's been a while since I've seen gargoyles, but some of the like ancient artifacts that Demona from the Gargoyle series like interacts with are ancient Atlantean artifacts. And I was like, we could have had like a crossover episode. They could have existed in the same universe. Like, what the hell? Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm done. Like, Disney, why do you do this to me? Why do you hurt me like this? As far as I know, the only Disney shows that ever had a crossover episode were, no, not the only Disney shows, but Hercules and Aladdin had a crossover episode for their shows, and then Lilo and Stitch had, I think, 4 crossover episodes. They had one with Kim Possible, they had one with the Proud Family, and then I forget who the other 2 were. No, one was, they had a crossover episode with American Dragon Jake Long, and I forget who the third is. I honestly can't remember. You know who would have had, like, a good, like, kind of TV series, methinks? I think, The Rescuers would have had, like, an amazing TV series. Which they also did get a direct-to-video sequel in The Rescuers Down Under. Which was a very cute movie, by the way. But I think having the Rescue Aid Society be able to, like, showcase different agents going to different parts of the world to either, like, help children or rescue other animals would have been a really cool premise for a TV show. And could have taught, you know, kids about, you know, unity and working together, and also maybe about, like, conservation. I also think it would be kind of interesting to see what Kingdom of the Sun would have been like, which, if you don't know, Kingdom of the Sun was the original name for the Emperor's New Groove, which for as crazy as things were like behind the scenes, the Emperor's New Groove was a really like good movie. But to have a more like serious inspired film, I think would have been fun too. We could have had another like Mesoamerica movie, like The Road to El Dorado. I love The Road to El Dorado. All right. That was me childhood movie. Zekel Khan had no reason going as hard as he did. No reason. Also, I can remember being in like middle school and my teacher covered up the part where it's Tulio and Shell. Because she's like, there's a bad part like in the movie that I gotta cover up. And so she does, and I'm like, that's a weird scene to cover up. And that's because like 6 to 8 years later, I realized that if you look closely, Chell's head is nowhere near Tulio's when they like rise up from that scene. Talk about all the innocence. I'm trying to figure out how to draw all these tentacles. See, I love when I do cool shit like this. Okay, so if I take off... Oh my god, look at how gorgeous those tentacles came out. Now I gotta add the little circly bits. Or... So what layer are those last two on? 4, 5, 5. Oh, okay. I'm sitting here like, what the hell? Are they all on the same layer now? Okay. Oh, also, I need to check out, because I think, there was a show that came out that was kind of like, What We Do in the Shadows meets, like, God, like, stories. And I think it was called The Promise or The Promised Land or something like that. And it, like, I saw the pilot episode when it came out. And I'm not a huge, like, I know the, like, some of the cultural stories, right? Because of, because, like, I've grown up, like, in and out of churches, and, you know, you're, like, everyone understands, you know, like, the Bible, like, at least some of the stories is about, like, Moses and, you know, stuff like that. But I had to laugh because, because, oh my god, The Promise, it was so good. It was so funny. And, so I was really looking forward to the, to when they were gonna have, you know, like, more episodes. And they, and I think they put up the entire, like, first season on YouTube. So I can't wait to, like, watch that. I might actually do that after this. What time is it? Actually. How long? I've been streaming for 2 hours and 46 minutes. Okay. That's not bad. That's good. That's bueno. I hope I'm not boring people. Should I really be self-conscious about that at this point in my, maybe career? Come on. Come on, I believe in you. Come on. No, I don't like that. Boom. Look at that. Amazing tentacles. God damn it. So many things have to be intricately placed. Okay. Now I get to do the same thing again. Merge. Actually, I think I'm gonna get rid of this tentacle. Because it's kind of got, like, nowhere to go. The cool thing about this little, like, circle tool is it keeps its, it'll keep the last, like, shape size that you made. And then you can just kind of, like, adjust things from there. Merge. And then duplicate. And like, this one is behind the phone, so it's gone. That awkward moment where I realized I might have accidentally pissed off Silver by that joke because they're not saying anything anymore. Therefore. Or maybe they passed out? There we go. I'll have a few more left to go. Honestly, it probably would have just been easier if I just free-handed them, but now that I've committed to doing the itty-bitty circle method, I'm committed. But that's kind of what art is about, you know, finding the process that works for you. Or just trying things and seeing what works at all. I'm trying to make them kind of big so I don't have to do, like, as many of them, but... I will say, actually looking at references of tentacles instead of, like, attempting to, like, draw them from memory does help. Not that anybody asked, but you know what's a genre of romance that I haven't read in a while? Not since I was like, like, I don't know, like a 14-year-old. I haven't read, like, time travel romance. Which, if you're like, why are you bringing that up? It's because when I was, younger, and I didn't know the difference between, manhwa and, manga, which there is a difference. Manhwa is made in Korea, and manga is made in Japan. So, fun fact for you. Side note, so I read, 2 manhwa, and I don't remember what the name of one of them was, but the name of the other one was called, Red River, or Red River Story. That's what it translated to. And basically what it was about was, it was about this girl named Yuri, and she gets pulled through a puddle to go back to the ancient world, where when like the Hittites were like had their empire and Egypt was a larger empire than its like mini little state it is now. And so anyways, it's like historical fiction and a lot of fun, and drove little me crazy because and I didn't understand until I got older, until I like reread it when I was older. But like the main like heroine character was always placed in like these precarious like positions where like she was almost like or she almost did the shenanigans or the sexy times with whoever had. I think this is why I have the problems I do, or some of them, or some of the kinks I have, because like the main I'm sorry, the main character, her name is Yuri, by the way. I'm doing this retelling all the justice, mind you. I don't think that those would show. You know what? I'm just gonna delete that. So anyways, she always managed to find herself in these precarious situations where she would get kidnapped, or like she would get lost in whatever chaos was going on, because this was at a time where the Hittites were like constantly in war with like other nations that were around. So what would happen is she would get lost and or abducted, and then she would hang out with whoever abducted her for like a few months. And then the prince, one of the princes of the Hittites who took her as a concubine, would basically figure out this like really like clever way to rescue her from whoever was holding her captive. And then they would try to make it back to the Hittite capital, Hattusa, because because hold on, I did a thing and I don't understand what I did. So anyways, so they would try to make it back to the capital of the Hittite Empire, which was Hattusa, because the way that Yuri was summoned was she was summoned during a certain season when a certain star so she was summoned during, I think they called it like the wet season, where the star of Ishtar would show in the night sky. And basically what it was during the wet season, they had like a week where the star of Ishtar would shine in the sky. And basically what they had to do was they had to get Yuri back to like one of the wells in Hattusa in order to send her back home, right? Back to modern day, I think she was from modern day Japan. And that was and quote unquote modern day was like 1995, by the way. So anyways, no, I didn't want to do that. I done fucked it. Whoops. So anyways, so they had to get her back to like, they had to try to like get her back to modern day Japan. But what would happen is every time they would like try, like a bridge would go out or something would delay them, and then she would have to spend another year in like the past. Because the prince, his name is Kale, I think, if I remember correctly. Oh my god, we got raiders! Hi, raiders, hold on. Give me a second. Give me more than a second. Give me like 20 minutes. Hi! How are you? Oh my god, everything's exploding. Oh, we got a full-on Fight Club out here. Shout out at Fight Club. What was going on? What were you doing? And more importantly, did you win? Also, Fight Club. Oh, thank you for subscribing again. Naturally silly. I owe you, like, my life. Brought the whole damn club, I'll say. Alright, fighters. I know y'all just got off a stream. Some of you are probably tired, weary. You want to go rest up. You want to go get the sleepers. Please feel free to go on ahead and head on out. For the rest of you who wish to remain here, allow me to introduce myself. This is the, well, allow me to introduce where you are. This is the Abyss. My name is Fan. I am the resident fish lady. I'm a general variety art and game streamer. So if those things interest you and you want to stick around, we appreciate it. Blaz, I was just informed you were coming back for the hunt, a billion question marks. So, yes, maybe. I actually worked that day. So, based upon how early I got home last Friday, I should be able to make it. Yes, like, I repurchased my FF subscription and I should be there. So, I also was requested to train another ref in case I wasn't able to make it. So... yeah, fun fact, Fish Mom has done the things in, a Final Finance Freeze. I keep forgetting what layer that was on. So, yeah. And one of the venues that I made was a board game, version of Dead by Daylight. It was actually based on a 5-minute gameplay of Dead by Daylight, which I called The Hunt. And so, XFC has requested the Persimmons to run The Hunt for their Halloween collab. And I, of course, said no, unless I get paid $1 bazillion. Which is a lie, because I said yes. Also, it's not really up to me because, like, I left the card up and anybody who wanted to create, like, their own version of it could. Like, regardless if I was there or not, so. 'Tis whatever. But yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be great times and fun vibes. And of course, I'm going to be fighting buck-ass naked. Wearing default Final Fantasy clothing. Because I will not participate in anything via Fight Club unless I am naked. That has been the running joke ever since I've been at Fight Club, and I will continue to keep that joke running for as long as possible. Insert excited gif. I'm glad you're excited. I'm excited you're excited. I cannot wait. Actually, I'm just gonna get rid of that one, like, utterly and completely. With a frying pan! Oh, that's right! So, not only do I fight naked, I also fight naked with a frying pan. Yes. Also, if you're wondering what we're drawing, so Clip Paint Studio decided to have a hissy fit tonight. Well, today, because I spent like 7 hours trying to troubleshoot the problem. I even called another friend of mine to be like, hey, can you get on video chat and help me? Because I'm about to lose my damn mind. And even my friend, it's Velvet. My friend was Velvet. I don't know why I'm trying to protect their identity. It was Velvet. I called Velvet and I was like, hey, I need your help. And Velvet was like, okay. And so then Velvet helped me try to re-troubleshoot everything. And he's like, I have no idea. I have no idea what's wrong. Like, we've literally gone through everything. So finally, after I almost cried my eyes out, I went through a, a thingy thing where I put in a support ticket with Clip and I hope they hear back from me. That is a rotary phone penis bong. Actually, it's a rotary phone with tentacles coming out of it because it's a play on Call of Cthulhu. I really want to go back to Call of Cthulhu. I'm into Cthulhu shit right now, and I think it's because I have a Cthulhu corset, but yeah, I missed our sessions in Call of Cthulhu. I wanna go back. I wanna go back and be my like hyper pink Barbie detective based off of fucking Reese Witherspoon and Legally Blonde, because why the hell not? BRB. No worries. Go do the self-care you always wish you knew you could do. Oh, but what was I talking about before I got rated? Oh yeah, so anyways, so basically, yeah, the whole shtick with Yuri is that Yuri has to, like, each time she misses, like, that 1 week, like, window opportunity to be sent to modern day Japan, she has to stay another year in the past, and then the whole cycle, like, repeats, and it's like, it's that teasing, like, slow burn kind of romance of, like, will they, won't they, like, yeah. So, anyways, it's great. I loved it. I read a lot of it. There was another one where, like, the female lead got transported back to, like, ancient Japan. Or, no, not ancient Japan. She got transported back to ancient Egypt. And then the other one I read was a girl who had hardcore, like, beauty standards. Like, she was considered a model in, like, the modern day time because she was tan, she was thin, what have you, but then somehow through magic she gets transported back to, like, ancient, I think it was, like, ancient China, and it was funny because she was seen as a peasant and a servant, because, again, she was, like, really thin, she was tan, and back then, if you were tan and you were really thin, you were a servant, because you spent all your time outside. And so for her, it's that interesting, like, dichotomy in, you know, like, fashion trends. And she had a temper, like, a really bad temper. I think at one point she actually brought the male love interest to the modern, like, era, and that was, like, wild for a few chapters. But yeah. But anyways, the reason why I bring that up is because I read a lot of sci-fi romance, like, now, but, like, I don't see a lot of that, like, time travel genre, and that could just be because I'm not looking for it specifically like I did when I was younger. I also need to reread, From Far Away, which is one of the original, like, isekai stories, but it's so cute, and the premise of it is so fucking good, because it's an isekai where, like, the main character is supposed to bring about the end of the world. So, yeah. It's a really good series. I fucking love Izark. Izark is bae. But I haven't read it in, like, a really long time. Operator, dun, 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 dun. I'm almost done. I only have one more left to go. And then if you thought we were gonna do color, you thought wrong. Well, I am gonna get to color in this stream, but like I also have the other part of the phone I gotta do. But no, thank you! Thank you for raiding, for trusting me with the community! I promise I won't bite them that hard. I will bite, just not that hard. He don't bite? Yes, the fuck he does! I'm so ready for this to be done. Be impressed with me! I did this! I did this. I drew this. Look at how good it's coming out. I'm debating where I want to put, like, the bell of the receiver. If I want to put it, like... Hold on. If I want to put it, like, here or here. I feel like it makes more sense to put it in this area, though, but... This area? But I also feel like it might be a bit too bulky for that. So I may just put it, like, right there. Gamma. Folder. Receiver. Oh my god, I didn't... Wait. Okay, hold on. I feel like this is now done badly. So now I gotta go in and fix that. Just when you think you could cheese your way, your sense of, what is it? Your sense of, completionist comes out and it's just like, no, we can do this better. You know you can do this better. Or better-ish, I should say. I think what's more impressive is the fact that I free-handed this entire phone without a sketch first. Be proud of me. Actually, no. I can freehand. No. Hold on, I'll figure this out. I think it might be because the way that the tentacle is shaped, it doesn't have like a 3D, like a held 3D object in mind. So that's why it looks a bit wonky. Okay. New challenge. Unlocked. I could always just put it on the, like, ground-ish. But that wouldn't be as, like, fun, though. I'll say, I do gotta erase. Like, right there. Could always just do that. Oop. And then, let me see. It would be like erase there because the curve is gripping it. And then if we go to the tentacle, there we go. And then it's got like the little tip, the little tentacle tip to show that it's being held. Ooh, I did a sniz. Sorry, King, I didn't see where you said something. The earfucker 9000. I mean, is it really if the phone only has like a 7-digit number? It's the call of Cthulhu. Will you heed the call? Or if you're like me, will you shout in an empty building if anyone's home because you're cold, tired, and you lost your designer luggage? So in the first Call of Cthulhu campaign I played like a Paris like socialite that brought designer luggage and was almost willing to end the entire campaign to drown. Because it was quote unquote designer. I really thought that we would play them like longer term than just for a one shot, but eh. That like awkward moment where I really should have kept like the thing instead of erasing it, but I did not. Oop. Come on. I'm gonna smear. I'm gonna smear it. No, I don't like that. I felt like Zeke from Bob's Burgers there for a second. Try. Don't worry, we'll get to play. We'll get to play with the watercolor, I promise. I promise. Everybody's so patient. Like, where's the color? It's coming. It's coming, I promise. I would not do you dirty and not have color. Although it is technically Inktober. I could do this entirely in an ink wash if I wanted to. But the fishlings demand color. Maybe, I don't know. Who cares what they want? No, wait, no, please, come back. kind of wants to do that shadow in the phone. Actually, you know what? I think I will. I think I will do the shadow that's in the phone, like in the rim edge of the phone. Because you can't have a phone without shadow. So how are our raiders doing tonight? Everybody having a good, what day is it? Sunday? Saturday? You know what? Until I go to bed, it's still Saturday. Everybody having a good Saturday? Oh my god, that's a lot. Okay, so now here's the fun part. We get to erase parts of the phone. Why? Because they interfere with the tentacle-y bits. And we can't have that. No, no, sorry. I mean, technically I could just color the tentacles on top of the phone. I think I'll do that, actually. Because I don't want to erase the pieces, bitsy parts of the phone that I did. That I drew. I drew with my own two hands. My own two fins. Oh my god, look at that. It's just the phone! Actually, now that I think about it, what color should we make this phone? Make it pink. God. Cthulhu coming out of a pink phone. I'm Eldritch Barbie! Oh my god. I can't get that out of my head now. Did anybody else, like, watch the Barbie movie? Or was it just me who made, my friend at the time go see it with me? I'm Existential Barbie. Ah. Come on. Okay, let's see. We're gonna keep this, like, blue kind of layer on, because this, again, is, like, the wet layer. Have this nice, like, comic-y kind of pop art paint feel to it. And then because I like watching as the color spreads, like, look at how cool this looks. I do like that kind of, like, seep look that it's got going. You kind of like... Actually, would it be... Sorry, I'm trying to figure out lighting and I'm not 100% sure how to do it just yet. It's kind of giving, Fathoms Below kind of energy. Or at least just like a teeny smidge. I kind of like it. Hold on. I gotta adjust my leggies. Ow. Ooh. Ooh, stretch. Ooh, reach for the sky. Who remembers when double rainbow was a popular meme? Hey, yo, who remembers Pocket God? That was like one of the original app games. I have 5 new Discord notifications. So many people want my attention, maybe. So many people want my attention, maybe. No, that was just me. What is this? Pulp Fiction. Sorry, one of my friends, got a book series that I have been, you know, like, very, how shall we say, passionate about, because it involves my better husband. But anyways, so she finally got the, like, physical copies of the original trilogy, and I'm just like, read them now, so I can gush about them with you. Which was funny because, actually, that reminds me, Velvet, I'm gonna put your ass on blast. Did Velvet ever get the Delver? I probably should have asked him that last time I was chitty-chatting with him, and I just completely spaced about it. So Velvet, if you're watching this, did you or did you not download the Delver? And if you did, why haven't you started yet? I still gotta read, I gotta finish reading the Dresden Files, because that's, our book this month for my friendo's book club. Wait. Wait. Go all the way back. I have to hit the button every frickin' time. Ah! Okay. Do a bit of a larger spiky spike. Velvet's ignoring me. Probably for good reason. Or he's responded and chat just hasn't updated yet. It's okay. Or actually... wait. Gotta make it wet. God damn it. Oh wait, no. I think that purple was... no? Was it that purple? I think so. I think it's just because the bottom of it's like a bit lighter. Sorry, I'm just trying to watch how the color spreads. The one thing I dislike about Rebel right now is that you can't, like, turn down the opacity in, like, a group layer. Or, like, a group folder. Like, you have to turn them down individually. Makes me so mad. Also, I realized I filled this phone with an interior design that you can't see because of the tentacles, so yay. Yay for me, I guess. Whoops. Come on, where are you? Part of me was debating just doing, like, the tentacles and then ending, Strem, but I'm like, if I'm gonna go through coloring the tentacles, I may as well color the receiver and like basically finish this piece while I'm live, essentially, even though it's been like 4 hours and 30 minutes since I started, so we're going until she's done. Because I got nothing for, I'm gonna be flat honest, I have nothing for Conjuration Con. Ow, ow, ow. Because from some of the research I've done, Conjuration Con is like, it's mainly for like big Harry Potter like fans, Harry Potter adults, adulty adults, because I think the local like Harry Potter one was mainly like a kids like hangout. So but like there's also, but there's other stuff too, like there's Supernatural, there's The Witcher, you know, like other like more magically inclined like show, like fantasy shows. I think Game of Thrones may also get featured. Hold on, I'm trying to get all this like color in here and widen out a bit before it like spreads. Yeah, I had a feeling that was on that layer. But overall, I'm excited to go because there's a part of the reason I'm going to that one is because there is a like a reptile-ish, there's a reptile society that's gonna be there that will let you pet like the snakeos and the reptiles, and my friend was like, would you like to do that? And I was like, fuck yeah, I would. I fucking love reptiles. I love watching the water spread, like the color. So pretty. Actually, let's do... Yeah, let's do gold. Let's do, like, yellow gold. Green and gold, baby! Trying to grab all the teeny, like, nooks and crannies I can think of. Supposedly, in the oil paints, they have, like, metallic colors. Like, metallic oil paints, but, they won't, like, show in print. I don't think the texture will show up as, like, metallic in print unless you actually, like, use metallics. Ooh, I had to pop something. See if this can be fixed. Okay, so now let's see. Oh my god, look at it! It actually looks really cool. Also, I'm getting kind of sleepy, honestly, so I think I'm just gonna call it here. I'll definitely be finishing this tomorrow, though. Because everything hurts. My legs are in pain. I'm getting a bit eepy. But yeah, no. Thank you everybody who dropped by for streamies. We're gonna save this. Call of Cthulhu. It's Cthulhu. I did not expect to be this tired, but I am. So, let me see. Ipo. I'm trying to find somebody to raid into, and I don't have the energy. Kuma, Morellum. Let's go say hi to Faust. It's been a while. Alright, I'm gonna go ready to Faust. Unfortunately for me, it's gonna be a raid invade. But, just wanted to say thank you everybody who joined streaming. I hope you all have a good whenever. I will be back, if internet holds out, I will be back Monday with some more Another Crab's Treasure. Fuck. Tuesday will be art, and then I work Wednesday, and then next Friday I will not be streaming because I will be participating in a Final Fantasy event, so Friday stream will be canceled. But I will be back Saturday. Hopefully next Saturday I will have a Clip Paint Studio. But until then, much love. I hope everybody has a good whenever, and I will see y'all on Monday. Bye-bye!